All right. Okay. There we go. So, let's see. Turn this on. There we go. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. So, we are going through the first part of the last patch for Dawn Trail. The next one should be coming out around the end of July. And the last one should be coming out around the end of December, the beginning of, or end of October, beginning of November. So, anyway, let's get into it. I've been working on trying to get all my jobs finished for getting the raid gear. So, let's go ahead. Good thing I was already here. Oh. It may not have nearly as many people having to deal with as everyone's rushing through past couple of days. Let's go. Make a our next steps. Could have reflect on the recent journey. I mean, it's fairly obvious how Alex was able to learn how to summon a primal. Like, there are few beings in this world. There are few beings in the world that would, or across the source and its reflections, that would know such techniques. And Calyx does not belong to the beast tribes. So, clearly it was an Ascian that told him, or taught him. He just had to adapt it to Alexandrian technology. Oh yeah, this was the lab that preservation used.
Ah, you're just in time for a progress report. The decryption is finally complete. As we suspected, the data represents a partial record of Preservation's research documents. A quick scan of the files, however, failed to turn up the information Y'shtola was after.
Indeed. No mention of the Ascians, or primal summoning techniques for that matter. While Calyx doubtless received instruction from someone possessed of such knowledge, there was naught to identify this benevolent mentor. I am, however, pleased to say that we found several reports concerning the key.
We know the key is used to open paths between worlds, and was a treasured relic of the Milala. And just as the Milala were unable to return after reaching the Mist Continent, so too was Preservation unable to gain a mastery of the prize which had passed into their possession. The data suggests that a particular formula or procedure is required. A process which Calyx appears to have understood to some degree. Yet the key proved fickle. Perfectly replicating conditions was no guarantee of success. And even when they did manage to generate a modest portal, the destination was never the one they expected. The reports practically screamed their frustration, describing the experience as being dragged around by a traveler picking roads without rhyme or reason. Serves them right, I say.
After much trial and error, Preservation began to experiment with external actuation devices for the key. Striving to maintain a stable pathway to a chosen location, they conceived of the technology that forms the gate to the Golden City.
So, their tribulations ultimately afforded them control of the key, albeit in a limited capacity.
Sounds like a relic
which,
from...
of course,
before
explains why they were able to instruct Zoralja
Sundering.
in its use. Thus enabling the unprecedented feat of transferring Everkeep and its environs to the source. After the Endless Fiend took the key unto herself, she opened pathways to other reflections in her hunt for ether, did she not?
The Milala merely used it to facilitate their exodus. To think what the key has now wrought in different hands.
For all we know, the actuation device augmented the key's power beyond its intended scope. Were your goal to plunder whole worlds of their ether, a tool designed to simply transfer people would likely be insufficient.
Shale, I don't suppose you would be able to remove the actuation device?
The machine made for that very purpose is still functional, thankfully. It shouldn't be a problem.
It's definitely something created
What
by
do
the
you think?
ancients, though.
We don't even know how the key works. If the device is somehow interfering or amplifying its capabilities, I believe we ought to remove it.
Give me a moment.
I mean, it looks like white orsite. And of course, Y'shtola.
My word. Y'shtola?
This is the first time I've beheld the key in all its unobscured glory. The sheer density is extraordinary. 'Tis akin to the structures we saw beneath the Tempest.
Yeah, it's made by the ancients.
Now that you mention it, the ornamentation is reminiscent of Amarot.
Have you noticed anything since the key has been in your possession?
You're suggesting the key has some connection with Azem. A plausible theory, although one we are yet unequipped to prove.
I mean, it would make sense if Azem is able to move all over the world as he needs
my
to.
apologies. Hello? Yes, this is Cryle speaking. That was Ojika with a message for us.
An urgent matter?
I'm not altogether sure. Tataru requires our counsel, and hoped to call upon us in person at the Baldessian Annex. Though disappointed we were not present, she appeared content to wait until our travels brought us back to Sharlayan, insisting that it did not merit our immediate summons. Her tone suggested otherwise, however, and Ojika felt compelled to contact us directly.
Mayhap the time has come for another journey across the Sot.
You'd best go. Though I'll not deny that I'll be sad to see you leave.
It's not like we'll be gone forever. Alexandria is kind of permanently rooted here.
Oh, Shale. I can't even begin to thank you for all you've done. We will be forever indebted to you and your Oblivion colleagues.
The debt is ours. We'll never forget the sacrifices you've made for us, for Alexandria. In the meantime, I shall keep sifting through the data. You'll hear as soon as I find anything of note.
Actually, I should like to stay here a little longer, if you don't mind.
You are most welcome.
And might I borrow the key for a while? I wish to study it further. With the utmost care, I assure you.
Well then, shall we be off? Ojika will be expecting us.
Yeah, I figured it was something. Like, I figured the key was most likely something made by the ancients. we can just zoom ourselves here. How can we be fatigued? We could literally just teleport here. Like, it doesn't make sense for us to have to worry about it when we can teleport around the world.
Planning your next journey?
Oh no, just reminiscing. Thinking back to when you bought this map, and how you all encouraged me to make the voyage to Tural.
Are you glad you did?
As if you need ask. Welcome back. I'm so glad you're here.
Ojika contacted us. He intimated that you were rather concerned. Come to think of it, Alphino said he and Alize would pay you a visit upon their return. Have you not seen them?
Oh no, they were here. I was regaled with many a tale of your Turali adventures. It was only once they departed for Garlemord that the rumors came to my attention. Rather alarmingly, void-sent sightings seem to be on the rise across the star. I was reluctant to bother you with mere hearsay, especially when you had more pressing matters to contend with. But earlier I received a confidential report from the Grand Company of Eorzea. It's as if a mighty dam has been breached, flooding the land with foul creatures. For a blessing, most nations have managed to keep the invaders in check, and casualties appear to be minimal thus far. Though the same cannot be said for those regions with a deeper connection to the void. Their fissures continue to manifest without end, putting countless innocents in danger.
People stop messing around with the 13th.
A deeper connection to the void. Garlemald is the home of the Reapers, is it not?
It is. Alphino and Alize were there when the trouble began, and have since sent word that the situation has taken a dreadful turn.
Thus concludes the abridged account of our time in Tural. Now I shall leave you with the words of the late Dawn Servant, Galul Jar. ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship. A notion that rings true for Eorzeans no less than it does for the diverse peoples of Tuliolol.
And for Garleans as well. Even sharing something as simple as a local dish can pave avenues of understanding. It's up to all of us to forge new bonds, together.
Thank you for sharing your tale. Better they hear it firsthand than endure my clumsy retelling. Your words give me hope that we might achieve something similar here in Garlemald.
We all have the capacity to affect change. Our time in Tural taught us that much. And now that we've returned, it's time we rolled up our sleeves and got back to work.
I've already sent missives to the other nations, informing them of our Alexandrian friends. I also intend to notify the Garlean community officially. If both sides are amenable to the proposition, we shall gladly assist in establishing diplomatic relations with Alexandria and Tuliolol.
Thank you. But are you sure you've recovered from your journey? It sounded like you've hardly had time to catch your breath.
Sir! Lapis Manalis is overrun with void scent. We've sustained heavy civilian casualties.
What?
Plutium Squadron reporting in. We're under attack. Void scent appeared out of nowhere and ambushed us during a routine inspection. Damn it. Is that another fisher? No, no, no! Ah!
My comrades are under attack. We have to do something.
There's no time to lose! Come on!
The Garlean community is ill-equipped to defend themselves against such a threat. Even with the aid of the twins and the Ilzabard contingent, they face daunting odds.
I guess that's where we come in.
We shall leave for Garlemald immediately.
Thank you. I was able to contact Thancred and Urianger too. They're already on their way. With any luck, you'll be able to rendezvous with them on arrival.
Don't need any of those. Wow, that's not really good. Let's make difference. Make haste. Just teleport.
You picked a frosty spot for a reunion.
Tataru sent word that you were coming. Full glad am I to see you all. Though I'm afraid this is no time for pleasantries. Planar fissures have opened up across Garlemald, inundating the region with void scent. As far as we can ascertain, there are 2 focal points of their assault. The Ilzabard contingent are combating the threat in Lapis Manalis. Although they have suffered casualties, they appear to have the upper hand.
As well they should. The many talented Uldan thaumaturges among them should be more than capable of closing any fissures they encounter.
Which leaves the second focal point, the Clutium. Eulus and the Garlean community are attempting to mount a counterattack, but are struggling to cope with the sheer number of Voidsent. They've fallen back to the north of the Imperial Palace. Can you lend your aid in securing the area?
With your blessing, I would tend to the wounded returning from battle.
Of course, Kryl. Thank you. The quickest route from here to the front is via the train tracks. Once we arrive, we can support the Garlean forces as we make for the fissure in the munitions factory.
All right. New dungeon. Alright, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Our fates are not yet sealed.
I stand ever ready.
Let's give it our all!
Let's do this thing. Let's turn this on. There we go. People just can't seem to stop screwing with the 13. I thought we had already dealt with everything there as we needed to. And I'm gonna go ahead and just eat food. Give myself a little extra home. Okay. Wondering, here we are. I have. There we go. Jeez. I can have stuff up now since I'm not having to worry about focusing on mechanic, having to dodge crazy amounts of mechanics.
You're a sight for sore eyes. Appreciate the help. We'll handle things from here. Take care of the Fisher.
No problem. Oh look, looks like something took over Scorpion. Away from it. Okay, that's actually pretty easy to deal with. It didn't last that long, but still. I got myself caught in that one. worked out. I'm not gonna worry about treasure coffer because I already got gear that's gonna be too powerful for this anyway. Seen these things before. I like them. Sword. Dragons. Jesters. Huh? Now, the dungeons will take a little bit. The dungeon will probably take a little bit longer because of because we are using the duty support. Because we wouldn't be pulling normal group would most likely be pulling multiple mobs together. Huh. I must accidentally use it after the last one. Oops. Okay. You're the loss. Okay, damage on automatic here. Much to my annoyance, but well. Oh, hi. What the hell is that thing? Oh, wow. Okay. Sure. I also lose on the third and strongest hit of my hammer. Bastard. That is a macrocosmos mechanic there, dude. Are you shitting me? I did not have any time to get out of that. That is bullshit. Lord, that was a thing. Okay.
You underestimate me!
Stars shall grant thee succor.
Huh. Interesting. Ah, they give it voice lines. Slightly concerning. expecting that to push to be a forced march.
Behold the heavens' brilliance!
Yay. That's done.
I think that's all of them.
We need but seal the fissure to prevent further ingress.
It's over. I can only imagine the extent of the damage were it not for your aid. On behalf of the Garlean community, I thank you for all you've done for my people, for my home.
I shall close the fissure post-haste.
Wait! If you do that, I will be trapped here.
You risked your life in vanquishing the creature. Would you at least let me bear the burden of deciding its fate? You want to go back? To the Void? Your kind have entered this realm before. Some seeking death that they might rejoin the life stream. But you would choose that dark, deathless place?
The wind is fresh and pure, untouched by darkness. Perhaps it would be a blessing to meet my end in such a place. But I cannot yet bear to part with the Void. If only the winds would blow there as they do here. I long to return, to see my home unsullied, as it once was.
We know that pain all too well. If that is your wish, you must forsake this aggression. Go back to the Void and devote yourself to its restoration. I have a friend, Zero, who hails from your home. She and her companions strive to bring light into the Void from another world blighted with imbalance. I hear their efforts have already met with some success. One day, they'll drive the darkness from the Void, I'm sure of it.
This form is imbued with the will of all those I consumed. We shall return to our world and seek out this Zero. Then we shall see if there is truth in your words.
She won't disappoint you. That much I guarantee.
Well, it looks like we're gonna make a trip back to there.
I think Zero will approve.
Oh,
Indeed, that was truly heartening to see.
Understanding begets fellowship, right? I thought I might lead by example.
Well then, shall we head back?
Okay.
The Ilzabard contingent have contained the threat on their front. Things appear to be under control, for the time being. Though it remains unclear why the fissures opened up in the first place. According to Tataru, similar ruptures are occurring across the star.
One thing is clear, however. The phenomenon is not without pattern. The tendency for fissures to emerge is pronounced in regions deeply connected to the Void. Places where the barrier between the two worlds is at its thinnest.
I fear there may be a place in far greater peril than Garlemald. Though it hath since been sealed, you will recall there is a great void gate that we ourselves had cause to open. A gate which was instrumental in our bid to reunite Vritra with his sister and put an end to Golbez's dark plot.
Back to the moon!
Oh gods. The moon.
With our attention fixed upon planar fissures, I failed to consider this vulnerability. All other paths unto the Void are but pinpricks in the veil, compared to that great lunar rift.
And that rift might be yawning open as we speak. We'd better hurry.
Let us make for Bestway's Burrow. I dare say the Loporrits are well aware of current events.
We ought to have Kryl join us once she finishes tending to the wounded. I shall likewise contact Y'shtola. Her knowledge of the Moon's Void Gate is second to none.
Alphino, Alize, please do what you must to keep our world safe.
We'll be back before you know it.
A quick word, if you will.
I'm not sure whether you'll run into Zero during the course of all this, but if you do, would you give this to her? Emergency rations, in case of a protracted battle. Can't imagine she's eating all that well in the void. She likes dumplings.
As much creation magic that these guys have access to, you would think they would have better defenses.
We're doomed! Doomed, I say!
Given thy panicked state, I presume the Loporrits too are beset with void scent.
Oh, what sweet relief it is to see you all! Yes, void scent, and lots of them. They suddenly came pouring forth from the crater.
I had dearly hoped to find my worries unfounded.
For some unknown reason, the void gate seems to have partially opened. Living May dashed off to activate the brands and halt the fiend's invasion. But she hasn't come back, and we've since lost contact.
I suggest we make for the brands without delay.
bots, huh? And that was just a random occurrence. Like, I'm not teamed up with this person.
Oh, I'm saved! I dread to think what would have befallen me if you hadn't intervened! Oh, I was never in any real danger, of course. I knew you would realize our plight and rush to our rescue. Is likewise plagued with void scent. If only we'd prioritized further development of the void scent slaughter bots, we could have stemmed the tide ourselves. Oh, what a tremendous demonstration that would have been. Irrefutable proof that I was mankind's staunchest ally and the greatest lubberate to ever live. I can practically taste the praise.
Oh, Lord.
Fortunately, I was able to activate the brands. Should any more void scent emerge from the gate, they ought to be confined to the crater. Unless, of course, the void gate begins to expand of its own accord, or some gargantuan monstrosity tries to barge through. I don't foresee any major problems.
Wait for it. Called it.
Nope. We're doomed.
There you are.
I left the data in Shale's capable hands and teleported here as soon as I heard. And ere you ask, I made sure to bring the key with me.
Then the real threat yet awaits us.
'Tis Golbez's domain beyond the Void Gate. I wonder how he and Zero are faring.
Well, there's only one way to find out.
By the 12.
way to potentially facilitate the rejoining without destroying.
They're headed your way! Let them come.
What are you doing here?
Only you could be so carefree amidst all this.
Well, we kind of thrive in chaos.
May as well make yourself useful. The gate's sheer size appears to have made it a tempting target.
Enuo, a dread void scent risen from the benighted depths of the ocean. They kept to the confines of their domain while Zeromus endured. No longer, it would seem. And once they had discovered a path to the Red Moon, they wasted no time in making the journey.
Leave the void scent nearby to us. You take care of Enuo. Facing this many foes calls for a more familiar approach. Void Scent can change their form at will. Both light and darkness are mine to wield. Besides, what better to purge darkness from the void than darkness itself?
Who dares face me? A mere mortal.
Oh, you have no idea.
Hast thou come in search of power? Renown? I fight to end this world without end. All who stand before me shall fall.
Okay. Okay, so we're inside the giant kraken fish thing. More or less, basically, this guy's home domain.
Dare oppose me shall quake before the silken dark. The Void's power is mine to wield. Perish. Be still.
That one.
Accept your downfall. Doth the yawning rift not tempt you? The void consumes. Naught will endure. Neither past nor future. Only one
We have a massive area.
I breathe the darkness. Let the light guide me.
You must break free.
The underlings are no more. Now to deal with NOO.
Life and death rendered meaningless.
Light, protect us!
I will not yield my domain! Such is the power of the Void. The Void's power is mine to wield. Thus did all boundaries cease to be. Behold the truth of this world! Accept your downfall.
Why did you run into that? Yeet.
Doth the yawning rift not tempt you? Be still. Doth the yawning rift not tempt you? Be still.
Ooh, I almost yeeted myself on the edge. And why are you running towards me? Holy shit, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you running towards people?
void's power is mine to wield. Perish. Behold the truth of this world! Accept your downfall. Not tempt you.
Made it just again on Viper.
Be still.
So that way we can actually probably do this fight without dying. We also had two melees who legitimately, we were sitting on LB3 for a while, and both of our melees just did not.
Doth the yawning rift not tempt you? Be still. And thus did all boundaries cease to be. The void's power is mine to wield. Perish. Behold the truth of this world! Accept your downfall.
They must be sealed away.
That was really stupid. The tanks literally killed the entire fucking party. At least the remains of it, so we had no recovery. Because tanks basically take no damage in normal mode. We basically sat there for longer than we should have. Because again, tank privilege.
I'm glad you came. We would have struggled to face Enuo alone. I presume you journeyed here to prevent more Voidsent from passing through the gate.
With Enuo defeated, there are none left in this realm who pose a serious threat. I dare say the problem is resolved.
Nothing comes to mind. Why'd you ask? So the breach wasn't limited to the Void Gate. For better or worse, precious little has changed in the 13th since the Romus fell. Have you noticed anything unusual?
I know not the reason events have unfolded this way, but there is, perhaps, an explanation as to why the Void Gate and the fissures opened. Here, in my domain, even the slightest change is keenly felt. When the gate opened, I sensed not the workings of some external force. Rather, it felt as if the barrier between our worlds was weakening naturally, moment by moment, until the two came to meet.
And you think this weakening could be happening elsewhere?
'Tis a possibility.
What of Razat-Han and Garlemald? Eulus took mercy upon the interloper. Whether Voidsent or Garlean, we all share the same longing for home. Should we meet, I will gladly offer them aid. Please tell Eulus as much. Wait, how exactly did you get here? No mortal could traverse the Void Gate in its current state.
Sounds like Mom's home.
And this path of yours is still there. I cannot see it.
Nor does it reveal itself to me. Perhaps the path serves only the key bearer.
So it It is not a means to travel freely back and forth. A pity. I would have liked to see my friends again.
Okay. In the middle of a cutscene. Yeah, if those tanks didn't kill everyone, y'all would have survived and been able to... What's that? Y'all would have survived and been able to actually be alive for the end.
Upon activation, these transmitters will shine with light from beyond, sent courtesy of our ever-watchful friends. They will serve as beacons in the dark for those that would seek me out.
I did not expect to see you here.
I am Zero, and this is my domain. 'Tis a safe haven for those who abhor conflict.
Alright, well, we'll be able to see this fully.
All who dare oppose me shall quake before the silken dark.
I miss having a dancer.
The Void's power is mine to wield. Perish. Be still.
This is why I picked to play melee.
Accept your downfall.
Something you share, it's something you take away from us.
Let the light guide you.
You must break free.
Are you shitting me? Really? Eclipse me like that? That's fucking horseshit. That is like straight bullshit.
The underlings are no more. Now to deal with Enoa.
Life and death rendered meaningless.
Light, protect us!
I will not yield my domain! Such is the power of the Void.
See? this is what was supposed to happen. Everyone was supposed to be alive. We actually got this done much faster than we did on the previous group. It wasn't because I was on Pigdo, it's because the tanks just did not kill us at the end. Alright then. There. I'm happy now. I got... Alright. Oh Lord, what? I must be working
Upon
late.
activation, these transmitters will shine with light from beyond.
Alright, we can speed
They
up
will
some of this dialogue. At least until Malthus gets here. We got like a couple more hours to get through the rest of the MSQ and to the Alliance raid. Ugh. Ah.
I did not expect to see you here.
I am Zero, and this is my domain. 'Tis a safe haven for those who abhor conflict. Among those gathered here, many aspire to restore this world to how it once was.
Such a thing is possible.
Indeed. Though how long the endeavor will take, I cannot say. But for those of us abandoned by death itself, what do we have but time to try, and try again?
Very well. This light is ample proof your comrade spoke true. However long it takes to restore our world, you shall have my aid.
And you shall have mine.
There we go.
Would you deliver a message to Eulus for me? Tell him that we're making progress towards rebuilding our home. And I hope that he is too.
Enuo's Memoria will be safe here. The crystal containing Zeromus has been passed on to our allies in the First. If Enuo's Memoria might serve them in restoring their world, we shall likewise consider its transfer.
How much simpler it would be to aid one another in our respective fights, were it not for these boundaries between us. Safe travels, my friend. We take comfort in the knowledge that you're out there fighting too. Wherever you may be.
No luck, I'm afraid. It appears he's not in Mare Lamentorum.
3, 2, 1. And we just walk back like nothing has happened.
Wait. Is that...
God, you had us worried. You suddenly disappeared. We didn't know what to think.
Shortly after you vanished, the Void-sent incursion abruptly ended. We surmised you had a hand in that, but never did it cross our minds that you were fighting alongside Zero and Golbez.
This golden path you said you traversed wasn't visible to us either. Nor did we hear a voice. Ethos. Might this be the key's true name?
While many mysteries remain, for now, I am glad to learn the state of affairs in the 13th. Golbez's suspicion that the barrier twixt worlds has begun to weaken. 'Twould certainly explain the surge in fissures manifesting in the source.
Yet what could be behind such a phenomenon?
Here we go.
And who might you be? Not a Void-sent, I'd wager.
Greetings. I am Helmarut of the Ascians. We are your sworn foes, I know. But on this occasion, will you not put away your arms? I wish only to talk. Thank you for affording me a chance.
Bereft of the Unsundered, we were under the impression you and yours no longer had cause to continue your activities. That you should reveal yourself at this juncture. I assume you are the one who bestowed Calyx with the knowledge of summoning and the reflections.
Yes, that is correct.
Was it necessary to reveal my present form as well?
Calyx. So he succeeded in transferring his memories after all.
Be at ease. Even were I to occupy a combat-oriented vessel, I would not have the ability to defeat you. You destroyed my plan, my life's work. I have naught to replace it, nor will I ever regain what I once had.
If you wish to speak, Halmarut, will you not tell us what it is that you hope to accomplish?
As you know, our star Aetheris was sundered into 4 and 10 shards in the time of the Ancients. As the will of the star, Hydaelyn perpetuated this unnatural division for millennia. And in the wake of her passing, nature has begun to reassert itself. As a wound knits itself together, the star seeks to become whole once more. Yes, it seeks to rejoin with all of its shards. Unlike the one we Ascians attempted to orchestrate, however, the star's rejoining will afford mankind no special treatment. All life and matter will be condensed into a single whole and remade for a new beginning. A complete rebirth. Aetheris will return to the way it once was. Hundreds of millions of years past. To a quiet and peaceful time. Long before the light of mankind was kindled.
Supposing for a moment we believe you, how can you possibly know all this?
It is an inevitability that I have foreseen since time immemorial. A future that awaits should creation be freed from the influence of Hydaelyn and Zodiark. The star is tolerant to life. It holds no grudges, and neither rages nor weeps for being sundered. Yet by the same token, it is indifferent to life's survival. No amount of devastation and death can compel it to stop the wheels of creation from turning. The earth shakes, and mountains spew fire. Floods wash away the fruits of labor, and icy winds freeze and starve. Countless perish as nature runs its course. So many seeds of life have already been lost. Yet in spite of this, people continue to believe that the morrow will come. But it will not. For nothing lies beyond the solstice, when all creation is reunited. When that day comes, every last trace of mankind shall be erased. I cherish man's journey. Despite losing his innocence and being made to live with suffering, he has forged ever onward. Strong, even as he is weak, his is a proud tale in the history of the star. It would be a shame for that tale to end. For all to wither and die, when some might yet survive. Would you not agree?
If a natural rejoining doth lead unto the solstice, then thine intent is to preemptively rejoin the worlds.
Correct. It was for this very purpose that Halmarut recruited suitable collaborators from the Reflections. Individuals like me, who would willingly doom another world in order to fulfill their aspirations. The Winterers, we are called. And if you and yours seek to protect all life, then sooner or later you shall have to contend with us.
Even if everything you claim is true, what you've done, Calyx, it's unforgivable!
I do not ask that you be pragmatic, nor do I seek your approval. Given your familiarity with other reflections, 'tis only natural that you are averse to our methods. But there is one irrefutable fact that you must understand. Should we take no action at all, the solstice will come, and no one will be left alive. No one. Of course, should it serve to satisfy your ambition, you are welcome to deal with the reflections as you deem fit.
Oh, good lord. When is he seriously gonna not just stay dead?
Like the pariah and wanderer who satisfied his own when he brought the star to the brink of ruin to face you.
Wait!
Okay, it was just an illusion. I was about to say, if Xena somehow is coming back, I swear to God, I am gonna flip a lid. As he is needed to stay dead for a long time. So we're gonna have to figure out a method of rejoining the star together. But that also means that we have to prevent them from doing their rejoining, because it'll cause just as much devastation. been forever and a day since we've been back to Mordona. Fix everything. Oh. We gotta do... I gotta track down, like, job people and finish off those quests because we no longer have job quests anymore. Ugh.
Long it hath been since last we gathered here. Though our order's dissolution was indeed in name only, thereafter we did largely operate independent of one another. All of which is to say, full glad am I to stand in such esteemed company once more.
Apologies for our delay. We're reporting for duty, as bid.
This is everyone that we could round up on short notice. The others are still en route. Estinian alone we weren't able to make contact with, but we're working on it.
He'll show up soon enough.
No doubt his link pearl is buried at the bottom of his bag.
Knowing him, he'll turn up when we least expect it.
Now, as much as I'd like to savor our reunion, Tataru tells us there have been developments. Will you apprise us of the details? The Winterers and the Solstice.
The veracity of Halmarut's claims remains unclear. Yet it cannot be denied that, in his bid to convert the living into endless, Calyx was privy to knowledge of the reflections and more.
And the Winterers are formed of others, like him.
In light of the recent Void Scent incursions, I believe it would be wise to treat the solstice as a genuine threat. The problem is how to deal with it.
Both the source and the reflections are home to irreplaceable life. I would protect them all if I could. But if doing so means ushering in complete annihilation, then what can we possibly do?
We do the rejoining ourselves, but just with a different method.
I wonder, was Hydaelyn aware of the solstice?
Given that we had no knowledge of it when you journeyed to Elpis, you couldn't have warned Venar. So it is entirely possible she was unaware. But in the course of sustaining the Sundered Star, she may have glimpsed this eventuality. So she believed that we could overcome this trial as well. Or rather, that the choice was ours to make.
Whichever it may be, it is we who must find the answer. We who live in the here and now.
Perhaps we could take a recess? Oh, I dare say everyone could use a rest.
Indeed. We have ample food for thought, and it would be good to catch each other up.
Ere I forget, Heron, I believe you should keep the key, Ethos, in your possession. After all, it seems that is one mystery I am not destined to unravel.
All right. Doom. Alright, this is the end of the MSQ.
Of course, should it serve to satisfy your ambition, you are welcome to deal with the reflections as you deem fit. Like the pariah and wanderer who satisfied his own when he brought the star to the brink of ruin to face you.
I detest evenings such as this. Too bright, too stimulating. The mind distracted by the inconsequential. You needn't be so wary. I merely come to offer information before my departure. Halmarut and I will soon cross the rift to observe the enactment of another Winter's plan. Our destination is the fourth. A world locked in ice, whose lands are blanketed in thick clouds. In order to survive, man has fled to the skies, using great magics to establish new civilizations. I have my own designs I would see realized. Nothing more. Believe me or don't, as you like. For all I know, you lack the means to follow us anyway. What Halmarut said to you earlier. She suggested that dealing with the reflections might satisfy your ambition. But is that truly so? You have seen battles beyond counting, have defeated even the fear of death. Is there some conclusion that you seek, no matter the cost? I will share with you a truth. We Winterers each have an ambition that we wish to fulfill. To that end, we may share information with one another, but we do not necessarily share the same beliefs. Just as you and yours decried my actions, I find those of my fellows objectionable. Be that as it may, it is the culmination of our lives' works that we would bring to the world, fruits born of undying devotion, daring aspiration, and unwavering ideals. No matter how we are reviled, no matter what we must steal, our actions will be vindicated by those who abide in the future we create. In your benevolence, you may seek to save everything and everyone, But once all is consequently consigned to oblivion, your noble deeds will amount to nothing more than folly. For no living soul shall remain to judge them.
Oh, there's that. Okay, so... Right, there's... Oh, wait a minute. Get back to the Olo. Plan. So the plan for obviously what's going to happen with the next expansion is that we're going to end up trying to figure out how the hell to save all the reflections. We're going to come to the conclusion, most likely come to the conclusion that we have to rejoin them, but finding a way to rejoin them without destroying everything. We'll end up probably finding the answer, or at least part of the answer. Yeah, but you know what? We'll probably end up finding part of the answer in the next expansion. Oh. Well, at least, but yeah, that's my prediction about how the next expansion is realistically going to end up. Oh, Shintoto. Thing we only have to go here once. We have to go to the location every single time we wanted to enter something. It would be a nightmare. Wow. I'm actually kind of surprised that, there aren't that many people here. But then again, we do have to, it has been 2 days. There would have been a lot more people here yesterday. I was looking really forward to Saros. I was expecting to see Shintoto. When we finish this one, I'll have enough to be able to get the next. Get another relic weapon. Yay. I need to get them all done before the next section of the patch unlock releases. Which will end up happening. Because that's when the last step releases. Really? That was virtue. And yeah, Shantoto. Absolute virtue. The boss that people have plagued 11 as being virtually impossible to defeat because of how powerful it was and because of how, like, it basically just healed itself. It had so much HP and then it just healed itself. It would take way too long to beat it, so they actually had to patch it so it was beatable. Okay, there's no way you're still in cutscene. How is it possible that you are still in cutscene? Your load time must be really bad.
What echoes has Sir Roger conjured this time, I wonder? The great star tree. This must be Windust Walls.
The demon.
Shantoto!
What's this? More vermin come to play? I'll put you down without delay.
Renowned wizard and demon of the Federation. How has he conjured such a terrible echo?
You've no recourse but to cower before my true power! Refuse to obey, and I'll make you pay!
Okay. Rude.
Before we're through, you'll learn there's nothing I can't do.
Have care. There's no telling what she'll conjure next. Fear will not survive this without powerful healing magics.
Okay. That's interesting.
For my next feat, let's turn up the heat.
Plotting witch.
I'm no saint, so don't expect restraint. My patience is through, and now so are you. Very well.
everyone all right?
No matter where you run, I'll still have my fun. Surrender, I'll allow, if you but give up now.
Okay, so that's how they do that.
Your offenses demand consequences.
Alright. Yeah. You.
Too slow, I fear. You never stood a chance, my dear.
Oh, that wasn't a too slow situation. That was you legitimately just. That was like no time.
I shall snap your blade. Another swift rout.
Oh!
She was a doll.
You've proven a match for my magic doll. Perhaps you have merit after all.
Biotana. This looks like Artogan.
Alchemy is under attack! The enemy has breached the Bowler defense line! They march on the Imperial capital!
The city has been besieged. Make ready. The enemy will soon be upon us.
Okay. I was gonna say,
Reinforcements!
Let's say Dharma Nova feels like we're probably going to be dealing with multiple waves here.
Begins in earnest.
Talk about saturated.
out your legs. Come, dance with me, mortals.
Their leader has finally shown us!
Ah, petrification. Oh, I was on the right side anyway. That was concerning.
Fear the siege. Where is Saroja hiding?
Oh look, an Alexander model.
Are these not the undersea ruins of Al-Zadar?
Alexander resurrected. Yep.
The light divinity.
Alexander, the meek shall be rewarded. The defiant shall be judged.
Alexander, so we meet again.
Sin shall be cleansed by righteous fire.
Wow. Oh. How dare you?
Oh, is it an echo can match the resilience of Alexander?
Once I know these mechanics, like, I won't be getting left nearly as much or at all. I was expecting it to be mine AoEs there.
Divine flames shall melt my flesh, sear my bones, unshackle my soul. The moment arise, my radiance shall guide thee.
I'd expect nothing less at such a date.
Wish for eternity, yearn for immortality. Sense thy transience, know thy significance.
Still standing in the face of his judgment. Well done. A comrade is down. Someone revive them. A comrade is in trouble. Someone heal them.
Okay, I called that correct.
Stalwart defenses of Alexander can't stop us. I say we press on. The Garden of Ruhmet. Then that means...
Virtue! This is like a trash mob, though.
The last of them. There is no foe Sorelja can conjure that I have not already vanquished. Twilight God? Here?
Mafia?
Sorelja, you bastard! You'll pay dearly for this! We stand now before the very father of creation. Hold nothing back.
Calls my name.
What in the world? The emptiness threatens to spread.
The reign of twilight is
this is certainly interesting. Here's mechanics.
Unto them, my essence.
Take that one properly.
Thine arrogant heart shall be mine.
The darkness, it's growing. This place has been swallowed by the emptiness. The darkness of man's heart made manifest. I beg your grace once more. So long as I hold faith in my comrades and they in me,
okay,
darkness shall find no purchase in my heart.
Darkness.
It's taking the darkness into itself.
Our farewell shall be forever.
The Twilight God could never. What has Serelja done?
There was like no dodging that. That's
Desire for the emptiness.
Are you shitting me? There's literally no way to do this.
A comrade is down.
There's
Someone
literally no
revive them.
way to track that properly. There's like literally zero way to track that properly. We're gonna end up having to turn off the text.
For the end of mortality.
Careful, lest the darkness take you.
That mechanic is fucking me over. Because I'm expecting each one to blow up as they hit. So it's like there's literally no way to. It's like fucking with my head, and I hate it. I am not happy about it. I'm very angry about it because how dare you?
Our fate decided.
Literally have to just look for the spot that's like.
A comrade is in trouble. Someone heal them.
Desire for the emptiness.
I've had like zero opportunity. God. Paradox.
You can worry about how I caught up to you later. We've got a dragon to slay. Come on, we'll be fine. Aren't we always?
Yes. Yes, I finally remember. Who I was. Who I am. Let us be done with Sir Relja and his schemes. Our journey's end awaits. And with luck, a new beginning.
Oh look, there's a hole in the middle of the arena.
Shimir. Divine dragon that brought ruin to Vanadiel's twin.
So, World Destroyer wouldn't be an exaggeration for this one.
Okay, so we could have dodged that with that.
Oh no! Someone's down! Can anyone revive them?
I love the fact that this thing is easy as fuck.
Never thought I'd see a god that'd give Pramathia a run for his money.
Pramathia assumed this form after its resurrection. Though I suppose you would have no way of knowing.
Okay, that's horse shit. Like, there was absolutely zero time to get to that.
Shinryu has already brought ruin to one world. We cannot let it come to another.
Not a chance! Let's kick this thing's scaly ass!
Has Sir Elger finally prepared the vessel for his king?
Did he just...
You will have done well, Sir Elger. This world is mine to conquer, mine to rule forevermore. Oh, sacred flames of beyond! Become my blade and consign my foes to ash!
Everyone, with me!
Oh, Sean, stop! That's enough!
Insolence! You dare defy me!
Oh, Sean! Oh, Sean!
Don't you worry about me, Prish. I'll see this adventure to its conclusion.
Face the king's judgment! Word is absolute!
Okay.
That looked like it hurt. Hang in there!
I will not be denied!
Wow, okay. Make it absolutely unclear.
Word is absolute!
Even reducing the amount of visual noise, I still can't fucking see what the hell is going on. Okay, now I can see it. For fuck's sake. Yeah, because healers aren't doing their fucking job.
A truly mighty blow! The adventurers of your world are extraordinary indeed!
Face the king's judgment!
If I fucking get hit with that, I am gonna be so furious. Until I know until I'm able to see like what these mechanics are, I cannot deal with this. It is so painful. It's not even funny. Seriously, half of that shit, you can't even tell what's happening because there's so much extra stuff happening on screen at the same time. Like, holy shit, they really... And then some of those hits were bullshit to begin with. Like, I know it's trial and error. I know there's a bit of trial and error. But still, that is a level. Oh. Fine, I'll go through it as a Viper. And we'll see how well things go. And we'll see how things change there. But seriously. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Mhm. Huh. Okay. wander around this whole damn place. Okay. Lord. These whole, like, escort things really are annoying at times. But oh well. You deal with it. All right. Ugh. Jeez Louise, this is taking forever. Big softy. Oh, Lord. Like, this is like such an unnecessary step. Finally. With that, and with that, we've officially ended Montreal's Alliance raid. I didn't expect this. I'm almost half tempted to skip it, but I don't want to. Hey. Hooah. That took much longer than it needed to. So we're gonna call it there. Thank you guys so much for dropping by, hanging out and everything. And we'll be hitting Final Fantasy 14 back when the next part of the expansion releases. So I'll see. So that'll be fun. I'll see you guys later. Bye.